Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. Chat, I still can't get over it. I could have had such a hard time sleeping because I need to pick up the main scenario quest of Endwalker. It is so good. Now, I know emotions may be clouding my judgment after playing through all the expansions, but dear gods. It took Potato Dialogues to remind me that it is already 6 a.m. and I had to stop playing and take a break. But here we are again. We're back to it. Let's get right on to it. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just... It's so dense. It's so surprisingly dense. And everything has so much weight to it now. It's just, I can't get over it. It's just really a coming together of all of the entire story since it began. Well, as always, this is the Endwalker final expansion to this arc featuring this arc about Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Major spoilers. I'm gonna turn around. I mean, you probably saw the name already, but yeah, major spoilers as usual. Same warnings over here. Spoilers. If you're gonna go through the main scenario quest of Final Fantasy XIV, and you do mind spoilers, I implore you to please start from the very beginning. It is an amazing journey. I was super worried what would come after the quality of Shadowbringers, but here it seems even tighter in many more aspects. The writing, I mean. Well, and even the story beats, everything. It's just amazing. So yes, well, this is the Endwalker MSQ. Guess who I'm having tea with? Or guess who I just had tea with? Are you kidding me? And look at this, I love it. Everyone's in character. Yesterday, people weren't really dressing up. But today, I see everyone is in the mood for it. I love it. Well, my fellow warriors of light, my fellow questers, let me join you then. That is once again Stream Beats, royalty-free music for intro and outro music. Always very helpful. Help us settle in and get the stream started. But of course, the soundtrack of Final Fantasy XIV itself is amazing. Alright, so it's even so difficult to recap, but we're just picking it up where we last left off. We are literally in the past right now, thanks to Elidibus, who gave the last of his ether. He's now passed on into the ethereal sea. But thanks to him, we're able to travel to the past and gain some insight into what Elpis is. Not just a flower, it is a place. We met Hermes, Meteon. We had tea with Hythlodaeus, young Emmet Selk, quote unquote young, and Hydaelyn herself. Well, before she became Hydaelyn, she was Venat, and we also learned that Venat was the former Azem, and the current Azem is running around. That means I am running around. Though I may not be running around in this timeline with bunny ears, my unsundered soul is here in the past somewhere. Now, I was getting a bit turned around in terms of the whole, when time travel is introduced in stories. The first time they introduced it here was the Alexander raids, and in that raid arc, the theory of time travel there was that you change the past, change the future, which opens up, of course, the whole time paradox situation, and then like how, if you never went back into the past, how could you have ever done any of those things? And it's just a mess. But I enjoy the raid arc. So coming into this, and you're gonna whoa, time travel and send you back to the past again. I was worried that how's this gonna work? So am I always supposed to have gone into the past? Is Venat supposed to have always met me? Etc. 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 But now it's a bit conflicting. They just mentioned that. Oh, I told them about. I wasn't supposed to interact with them. If you nudge a chair, we stop the final days and we cease to exist. Something like that. You know how it is with some time travel stories. But apparently, Okay, they got me to talk about the final days in our timeline, and they were saying that, okay, you can't change your history, but you may change ours. So now are we into the theory of multiple timelines and stuff like that? As it is with time travel stories, sometimes you shouldn't think too hard on it. But other than that, and my hang-ups with some of the villains, which was assuaged a bit by the end of how Fandaniel ended and how he revealed how it is all meant to be that we were supposed to kill Zodiark. Still hate Xenos, but it's been an amazing ride so far. The characters are so amazing, each of them having a spotlight. God, it's so amazing. I've delayed enough. I have some time before dinner. I'm gonna get through this. Let's see how far we can get. And then I'm gonna have to take a break for dinner, and then a Theros campaign. And I'll be joining everyone back in the late evening because I can't stop. So we just had tea with Venat. We just told them about everything that's come to pass. And it's been quite amusing, but also quite worrying about, we told them about what they're going to end up doing. And of course, Emmet Suck wasn't very happy. It went in a bit of meta territory, talking about how I came up, like, I recreated Amarot, and what kind of... and I don't appreciate being painted as a megalomaniac, villain. But that's how it was. And, this timeline's Emmet Silk was kind of upset to hear all that he would never forsake his people. He never did. And Venat herself as well was saying, why would I do what I did? Even her herself, unable to really pierce that patented vagueness of Hydaelyn. But we're getting to it. We found out a different source, not the Akasha. Well, in this case, they call it the Dynamis. And Meteon and Hermes are the key, I believe. It's an untapped current of energy, one that also seemingly enables interstellar travel. And I just have all these theories swirling in my head about, Meteon, who of course I'm very worried for because they gave her too much screen time and made us attached to them a bit too quickly. You know how it is with some of these stories. They just do that, they front load it, and then they just take them away. So I'm expecting that, but at the same time, I just have this theory that Meteon, like the only biological species that we know of in this world that can travel between planets, apparently using dynamis currents, are the dragons themselves. And of course Omega, but that is a man-made construct as far as we can tell. So I'm thinking, hey, maybe Meteon is the predecessor to the dragons. Meteon and their sisters. Why am I talking? Answers are right here. Let's talk to Venat. And I just love this. I was telling Potato Dialogues how, we're not talking to Venat as Hydaelyn. We're not talking to Emmet Selk as what he became. And our new old friend Hythlodaeus, unmasked and still Hythlodaeus, still trying to bring us all together. It's beautiful. And now literally we're the same size as them. And that this is my mentor. It's amazing. Okay. Shall we begin investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. I pretty much learned everything that This is really, as Potato Dialogue said, this really solidifies your relationship with Hydaelyn. Or, the heart of Hydaelyn herself. And we're going on an adventure together. Amazing. The observers who live here can surely tell us more about Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. I always have to stop whenever I see that mount. It's so adorable. And as well, just being here and just seeing all the creatures and the beginning of the life of so many creatures that we're so familiar with. Where's that cat? And of course, cat concepts. One of the NPCs talking about how cat concepts that never go out of style. I think it's here. So we have this, the Corporal Core, and of course here. And the ancestor to my Gaily kitten. Somewhere there, the Aluros. Aluros. Somewhere back there. And of course, cats. Registrations for amphibious creatures have come to dominate of late, but felines remain as popular as ever. Of course. Okay, back to serious matters. So, Venat. I wonder how similar I look to this current timeline's Azem. There aren't any Viera now. That's why one of the NPCs said that I have a human face, but beast ears. So I like how they also pointed that out. I don't know what the dialogue would have been if I came in as a Midlander or Highlander. I love it. I just love it when all the other PCs dress up. See you, the woman standing in front of you on the building. Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she could provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but leave the choice of topic to you. Let us speak with Ismene. Ismene. You know more of this coming calamity, so I think it best that you lead the conversation. Ismene. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh, okay. Begin asking questions, yes. Let's begin an interview. The world is ending. Yours will too if you don't stop the final day, so this will help both our timelines. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? Well, we've already seen what kind of person Hermes is. Someone who's just so devoted and passionate about life and living. Unlike the Fandaniel, it's just pretty tragic as well. We put that spin to it. What Fandaniel had become, or whoever. I'm still not clear on that. So Hermes now becomes Fandaniel, and then Fandaniel, and then Amon. Like, yeah, I'm just trying to put things in place. Okay, so Hermes now will become Fandaniel, and at some point, somewhat like a researcher, a bright scientist, a bright researcher of Amon from the Garlean Empire, eventually takes upon Amon's essence and becomes the next Fandaniel. So there's someone after Hermes, which is the Fandaniel we know. God, anyway. We'll clarify the timeline as we progress. So what will you say? What are Hermes' interests? Well, we already know these, well, what he told us as far as you can tell. His interests? Well, he's an authority in flying life forms, and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How could you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? Do you know if Meteon's ability... No, well, Meteon is a new creation of... Well, not a new creation, but a recent creation of Hermes. Yeah, I'm curious how much do people know about Meteon? And how much older Meteon's sisters are. Do you know of Meteon's abilities? It's no secret that she's a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I should explain her natures in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? Do you wish you knew him better? The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Make nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Karen. I think we've taken enough this meantime. You are a familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Vinat? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. Well... Vinat. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. Whoops. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. I will start from one side of the compound and make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. Yes, I'm Timaeus. But please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh, now the pressure's on. Asking the right questions. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert in the flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators, even now with so many varieties in existence. The flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Why not mimic his process? Meteon too is a marvel then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. Well, I think the other question... Anyway. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. I think Meteion's a dead end to ask people. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. It's intellectual property theft. Of course, he came to me, fellow artisan, looking for advice. That would be... Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. But these people really don't really know much about Dynamis and Telekis. It's okay, if the answers we lack, perhaps Venat had better luck. Well, do you know of Dynamis and Entelekis? I doubt it. Probably shouldn't have asked that question. Dynamis and Entelekis. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Damn it, I don't think that went well. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I finish for the day. I'm sorry, Venat. I didn't ask the right questions. Or say the right things. Huh. Oof. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling is being mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which he just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of the Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Witness to the spectacle. Venat is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters recreated the journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. There are more like her. She has sisters, and she and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Well, I didn't tell them everything, I guess. Well, I told them everything about our past. Or my time, but nothing now. So, these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Why do people live? Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripeteia Crystalline. Not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Dialogue? No. Door? No. Venat? Yes. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripeteia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the tower, I shall join you there anon. How odd that I should suggest this approach without a second thought. How is it odd? Isn't that just... You've come from a time and place that is dramatically different. Yet here we are, working side by side, or apart as the situation demands, with barely a word of explanation. Aww, because... I mean, oh wait, no, Venat... It's only Hythlodaeus and Emmet Selk who have the sight. Or does Venat have the sight as well? Basically, Venat can't see the color of my soul, that it is the same as the current Azems. But we're connecting here. No matter the centuries which separate us, we are of the same star. We share a connection. And I hope that together, we might find the answers you seek. Aww. Hello, fellow questers. Nice seeing you all in outfit. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. I like how they're also so respectful to familiars. Like, you're familiar, you wish to learn. Well, let me tell you. Indeed. So, if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that, I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Garlean shared with me. Garlean is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. Why is that familiar? She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days. Heavensward? Dragons? It's all connected. Tinfoil hat. For several days, she could speak of that scene with wonder, describe it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. It sounds That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vinat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I've since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted you, Garlean? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. Ooh. It's like an aqueduct. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseos Thalassae. Metabaseos Thalassae. She does enjoy her time here. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vinat. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Garlean in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It'll take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. So Vinat is not the only one who wishes to continue living, to postpone returning to the star, or death, as Hermes would call it. Hermes is also of the same mind about retiring. I wonder where I would be in that spectrum. But it does make sense. You know, they choose life. They have so much left to be done. There's so much left to be done. But at the same time, eternal life, not sure about that either. I opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaseos Thalassae. Garlean will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Does he have anything to say? Just return to the Skyway, yep. No! Well, it's cloudy. Still a good view. Come, Kaligitan. The tower ahead is still part of Peripetea Crystalline. We'll need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Approachable archivist. Mistress Vinat, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two in the upper skyway. Wow, here we are again. How high up now? This looks like a walkway in my university. Especially with these planters and these pillars. That door leads into the Thalasai, but perhaps we could trouble this person for assistance with finding Garlean. Mistress Vinat! I was not told to expect you. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Garlean, if that might be arranged. Yes, Garlean, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That will be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. No, it's this song.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
It's more beautiful here. Some parts, yes. Others, not so much. Overall, it is as beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice.
I just screenshot the
While
whole.
we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Mary, it's been so long. And thank you again for extending your subscription. How's your back? Are you back in action? Worried we lost you there. Hey, but it's great to see you again, Mary. Well, warning, huge spoilers. Massive spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, now it's your neck. Hopefully it's just about a stiff neck. Hopefully nothing major. Or pinched nerve, maybe. Which best song in general? Let me have that check. All the memories of Doki Doki are now just like flooding back. On a random note, they're also releasing a Monica Nendoroid. Just Monica. I also patterned. There's also a new emote here. If you wish to use it, it's emote just Maya. Yeah, it is a pretty good song. And the soundtrack in general, Doki Doki as well. It's super awesome. Yeah, but thanks for sending that. And nice to see you again, Mary. Welcome to the chat. Sit back, relax, and well, if you're not sensitive to spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV, we are in the end game now. The end, this being Endwalker, the conclusion to the story, which began in the base game of Final Fantasy XIV, and it's been an amazing ride so far. And I'm sharing the view, a beautiful view and conversation with Vinat herself. I'm still not over it. Still sinking in. And I've just told her that in the future, the world is as beautiful as ever. I'm not live on Sunday and Monday. These are off-schedule streams because I've been trying to get through the main scenario quest of Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm still doing we're still on for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with the different games that I have lined up. But whenever I'm playing the main scenario quest of FF14, I'm streaming it. So it's whenever I'm playing FF14, I stream. It just so happens that I do have a free day today, and I'm trying to get in as much progress as I can. Because after dinner, I do have another game to attend to, tabletop game, and then I'll be able to continue after that. So long story short, it's whenever I'm free and playing FF14, I'm online. So whatever random hours I might be coming out at. I think this is the first Monday afternoon that I'm streaming though. Right? It's 3 p.m. It's like, wait, what? I just also realized that, oh yeah, 3 p.m., but it's a Monday. So, yeah, I'm just streaming the main scenario quest. A lot of other things I'll be doing off stream. Like, once I finish the story, I'll see if F14 is something I still want to stream. But I guess maybe to have something in the background for just chatting. But we are still on for our games on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. Yeah, good morning to you. And you should be heading to class now, right? Or you already in class? But yeah, so today I will be playing this as much as I can. Break for dinner, and then tabletop RPG. And if I still have energy, then I'm gonna continue this amazing, beautifully written story. And I don't know, like, if you ever plan to play FF14 down the road, it's an amazing story. But this is the end, so again, spoiler warnings. I mean, you're seeing a massive spoiler right now. Yeah, thank you again for tuning in, Mary. It's great to see you again. Glad to hear your back is okay, but may your neck straighten out once more. And no more cuts. No more cuts from all the projects. But I guess it's unavoidable. Work hazards. Alright. Just looking it over it, I'm just talking to Vinat. Talking to Heidelin. Oh, well, there's Cloudbot, like, putting the warning out for me. But hey, that's how it is. Ah. Well, at least it wasn't like a finger or anything. But yeah, that can hurt. Especially, I've had my fair share of nail accidents. Can't get into much detail, but it's terrible. But for now, I'll be enjoying the view with Vinat. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I think I remember Lichcasts mentioning before somewhere that it's like I want to screenshot the entire English script. I want a copy of the script. It's so amazing. So many stories to share. I wonder if she can tell that I'm like the current Azam.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity.
That is me. I am the bunny. That's my player character. Oh, you mean she's just reminiscing? She's just talking, wistfully talking. But she is talking to me. It's dramatic. I am there. That's my shadow. So we too are miracles, each and every one of us. Born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity.
When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. who are our future. Tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
She's asking me this. It has. If that's like the writers asking us, and the direct and Yoshi P asking us, team asking us.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Ah! I'm interrupted. But it has all been worth it. If that's like the entire FF14 dev team asking us, was playing the game worth it? Was everything we've been together worth it? Yeah, it's dramatic because a lot of things are coming together. This is like a weight of one game and 4 expansions just coalescing into this dramatic conclusion. Well, may your laptop rest well. It seemed like it's been through a lot. It has served you well. It sounds like it certainly has lived a full life.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
Who was your observation subject?
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Metea.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Gonna send Meteon away.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls.
Is this yet another character voiced by Lisa's voice actress? I don't know. A lot of NPCs sound like Lise.
Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Oh, Kaylee Kitten. It's a minion. Oh, what weather is this? Umbral wind. Huh. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Oh shit! I didn't realize that possibility. Huh. But how? Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Worthy of his back, Venat has a new course of investigation in mind. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Garlean said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the island in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Bike tricks. There it is. With a cherry blossom tree. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Ah, yes, we see Argos again. That's Venat's familiar. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Karen over here to that island? Hello. Again. Oh, now what? Stubborn creature. There is no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and yet still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. I guess just to clarify that this is not the same Argos. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Oh. What? You've written him before? Your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and he should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it'll certainly be a moment to remember. A moment of the distant past to cherish. A memory of the distant past to perish. What's wrong with me? A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I'll do what I must, and if this memory turns out to be a bad one, choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Sparring with Venat. It's wild. He's gonna stomp me. Prepare my weapons then. Boop. Fellow questers. Argos, huh? The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Fine, no pets for you. I will earn your trust. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Duty calls. This is level 88. Okay. Right. Let's go.
Let neither side hold back.
Ow!
My blade stings!
Okay. So, no telegraphs then. True blink. Whoa! Wah!
My blade stings!
Shit!
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
What's what different? Okay, show me what you got, Venat. Oh, she's a dancer now. Can I change my job in the middle of this?
No quarter. Have a taste.
Whoa.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Now what? Black mage? A white mage?
Prepare yourself.
What am I supposed to do with this? Okay. Hit once. Ah, I missed my confiteor too.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
What? What's this? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that the final trial? We're not done yet. Whoa! That's not fair.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Ow! Oh shh! That looked awesome. Did a limit break?
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Okay, that is short but sweet. Oh, there we go. That is so badass. Oh, sorry, what is this? 2 projects. Yeah, go ahead and share it. How did the art you were doing for your own personal use, were you able to finish that on like on a Polaroid?
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Ah.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding.
Azem. What's this one for this time, Mary? With the baby and the rainbows.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Argos, can I pet you now? Ah, thank you.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
So is this really influencing our future now? Because Argos was quick to warm up to us when we arrived in the moon. Does Argos remember across all his shards? Oh, a theme park. Interesting. Ooh, what are these? Awesome looking nuliths. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intention. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Fair. A flower upon your return. The knot has Argos and his double at heel. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? This will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Pretty happy about that duel. I think we did well. Just got hit once. I'm not used to melee anymore. Like, there's a whole window where I could have kept up like maximum melee range, and I'm like so used to my machinist habits. Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Come, Argos. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle, even given the go-ahead to hop on. Yay! What a moment this is. Oh, isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. It's also fun how we default to side saddle on Argos. Now, what was the name of that tree? No something. Ah, Notophoreon. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Is it not? Aren't those the trees from the first? Oh, you just mentioned Avatar. Now it's even more wholesome in my heart. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't mind you tumbling off at the last moment. We're gonna say goodbye to Meteor, aren't we? She does have to begin her journey into space. So pretty.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
With the echo? Not at will.
So you cannot control the power.
Oh, there we
freely.
go.
Worry not. I shall assist you.
She is, isn't she? Venat. And she is a huge, a major character in this game. Like, literal god level. And it's only now that we actually get to interact with Venat as a human being. So we have this power
Come
called the
stand
Echo,
before me.
which allows us to have glimpses in the past, but we can't control it, which is why Venat is going to help us trigger the Echo to recall the past of this location. It's those eyes, and it's very intentionally designed that way. Because how we identify people with her blessing, or if Venat speaks through these people, their eyes change as well, and you know this is Hydaelyn, this is Venat. Striking eyes. Actually, all of the... It's because, well, these Asians in their time, to show their individuality in public was taboo. So everyone wore masks and cowls. So even more so, when they remove their mask, then they show their striking eyes or this really distinguishing feature. Since everyone is so covered up, it just feels so much more intimate and... yeah, so much more intimate when they unmask and they look at you face to face. It's like they trust you. So hopefully we're gonna have a glimpse at the past.
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
That's what we've been doing.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Have we done this before?
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
It's like the echoes, literal echoes in Division 2.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Oh no, it's our first time doing this. Oh no, I'm gonna cry, aren't I?
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
108 years. How long do Asians live for?
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Well, now she doesn't. That is her
Yes.
connected with the
Good
Hive
tidings
network.
at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Oh, that's alright. Yeah. This game, very...
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
We are gonna say goodbye to Meteon.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
In class and watching this, I swear, man, it's like... It's... And like, you haven't even played the previous games. Like, you're picking it up right now in the end of the story, tail end of the story.
What is your opinion?
So it's like everything just coming together from the very first game. Like, friends and I are super invested in this story. That's why I'm so excited. That's why I'm playing it. I'm just streaming it whenever I'm playing it. Because I really, really love this saga that we're on. And it's the final expansion to this story arc. And I have no idea what will happen next. And I'm constantly surprised and everything. Super touching, super hopeful and wholesome, but very real as well. Looking at the hoodie that you shared now. Love Boldly Records. Is that a brand? But I could also see it as like a phrase to say. Very fitting to what we just watched. It is out of love. And the memories that we imprint in the world. Well, I don't know who this content creator is, but you can interpret that phrase in different ways, so good on that branding. Love Boldly Records. ASMR roleplay content creator. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, you can like read this in different ways. But wow. Okay. So what is going on there? Meteon, the little well, the little girl is actually not exactly a little girl. It was a creation of Hermes. Basically, the Asians can create things at the speed of thought. It's pretty amazing. They create life, literally. And Hermes has been trying to find out the meaning of, why do you choose to live? Why do people choose to live? Or why would people choose to death? And, why do people choose to continue existing? So he looked at the stars, and he created Meteon and her sisters to find an answer. Send them out into the galaxy. So that's why Meteon, being the last one here, as far as we can tell, I'm just worried we're gonna have to send Meteon away, or something's gonna happen to her. But I don't think Hermes... No. He did not wish to bring the final days upon us. Perhaps in interacting with the force of Dynamis, there's been unseen, unintended consequences, perhaps. But I don't think Hermes ever wished for this star to end. Here, Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. I couldn't say just by this moment alone. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet... This is true, though. Sometimes the happiest people, and we know Hermes is in a dark place right now. We know he is deeply saddened. That he is going through... Well, he may really be depressed. He's just trying to find hope and light in things. So we really can't say. Like, after everything we've seen of him, he truly is a gentle soul, and yet I do worry for him. But I don't think he would go so far as to wish for the final days. Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
That's Amon and Fandaniel we had in my timeline.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
This is it. This is how we stop the apocalypse.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Yeah. One thing I did wish for, Mary, was more voice acting across the whole game. Like, it would be so awesome if everything was voiced, but I do understand the immense budget needed to maintain a cast of voice actors for the entirety of an MMO's lifespan. It's insane. I can imagine. So they only voice like super important cutscenes, and since I'm not the only warrior of light, this is an MMO, so they can't account for all races and genders. So I understand that they had to make some compromises, and I guess and I just have to imagine my own voice. I imagine my character has a specific voice, and another player will have an entirely different idea of how their warrior of light sounds. What I do appreciate is that we're not a silent protagonist. Like, it's just so hard to get over that sometimes when your character does not communicate at all, and it's up to the NPCs to like talk for you. But here we actually talk, but just no voice.
Would not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Right, let's tell Hermes. I must also say, though, I can't ignore the influences. I'm not sure if FF14 was influenced by Assassin's Creed. With the whole precursor race, not only in terms of aesthetic, but thematically as well. I feel like they probably took a page inspiration out of Assassin's Creed and the story beats about the Isu. Because all of these, Hermes, Hades, Hythlodaeus, you know, the Greco-Roman style to everything, the fact that they are giants and humans are just like half their size. It's very reminiscent to me of the Assassin's Creed precursor race. And also what they do and the final days in Assassin's Creed. it's literally the same thing. The precursor race in Assassin's Creed also tried to prevent the apocalypse, and they had to do all sorts of things, and they couldn't stop it, and so they sent themselves into the future via... it gets really convoluted. The point is, it's just very similar. Like, it's not a bad thing. I actually did appreciate the premise of the Isu and the precursor race and them trying to stop their final days. But to experience it all again through the lens of Final Fantasy XIV, with the final days, the precursor race being the Scions, us being sundered souls, and literally being a third of the Scions, it's all there. Like, but they've done it, they've used it so well. Like, I really like this precursor arc thing going on. And the fact that we're actually in their Garden of Eden, that we're talking to them and interacting with them. We got to do that in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and other Assassin's Creeds, but not to this extent. Or wait, no. In Odyssey, we're literally talking to, like, Hades and everything. But anyway, enough about Assassin's Creed. This is Final Fantasy XIV. I just really see the parallels in terms of the precursor race, the Isu, the final days, the apocalypse in Assassin's Creed. All the same. Not to mention, of course, the Greek gods themselves. Unfortunately, we are stuck with this engine, Mary Live. I was just thinking over lunch how this is an amazing, beautifully written story with all the limitations that it comes with it being an MMO and with an aging engine. It made me wonder, like, how this story could have been so elevated if we were to experience this on another engine in another format. But that being said, as an MMO, we can't change that. This is the framework we're given. All the more impressive it is that the writing really shines through. Because, you know, I could say gameplay elements, it's an MMO. Like, in between, they tried to do as much as they could to have different kinds of duties, different kinds of quest templates. But you could still tell they're limited by the engine and the format. But the writing just is so amazing. The story they've built, it's really a testament to show that you don't need much spectacle or, you know, super over the top amazing action gameplay, you know, and a single player action style. You just need a good story. And this is an amazing one. Back to it. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ctesis Hyperborea. Is the K silent? Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in speaking of the words, the names, the names here, the naming conventions here, right? Ethoseletikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Karen, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? Actually, the answer lies with Thesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. I see. Even the spaces are conceptually created, and they could just switch them at any time, shift them out. 'Tis there, with those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poiton Oikos. These are my fellow questers for the day, kind of going at a similar pace as Shantico here. The perks of being a lost flower. I swear, the localization theme and their quest names. I'm gonna learn to say these themes properly. Ethos Eletekos. Ethos Eletekos. Ethos Eletekos Boreas. This appears to be the teleporter Vinat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Oh, you're right there. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. Thank you, Vinat. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Northwest. Where's my ether current? There it is. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. They're still here. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Same conclusion. Or so saith the illustrious Emmet Silk. Aww, you're in this. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. That's true. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. Slash nod. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Actually, we're like an awesome light party. These four of us. Band of adventurers. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmet Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Oh, come on. That was you in the future. How lovely. A merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmet Selk for his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Ah, poke, poke. So adorable. Hunger in the garden. Hythlodaeus is eager to find Hermes. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. Or people before coffee. Or me just waking up. Same mood, Mary. There he is. On the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. You know, I'm so worried that maybe Hermes is not gonna like the answers he finds from the other planets or the others. If he finds any answer at all in the grand expanse of space, you know, delving into that, perhaps he'll find nothing at all and then it'll break him somehow. Or whatever truth he discovers. Because you are right, Mary. There is no answer to that. Why do people live or why do people die? There is no right answer. There are many answers, if at all. So, Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Someone's hopping around on their carbuncle. Now this is reminding me of Azizla. But they actually decided to put Aetherites per major island. Thank you so much. I hated navigating Azizla. This appears to be the teleporter to Misopsis Euros. Yes. Irenaeus. Whoa. Either current here. 654 to the south. I think that's on this island. Misopsis Euros is an interesting... Misopsis Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. Ah. It's largely due to the nature of its observation sites. Yep. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. What? You expected to praise you in your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Vinat is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Yeah, Emmett Selkry does admire the Azems. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she's a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so very distant. Wow, she's just describing like Hydaelyn in a nutshell. Fascinating. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Karen, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. True. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Karen can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vinat after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Someone needs to go into the Hungering Gardens to speak with Hermes, and it seems Emmett Selk has nominated you for the task. I can just ride by them. Oh. Or not. Riotous Medusa. Let's go. Where's Hermes? Huh. Odd. So where are you, Hermes? don't see any sign of him. Behind the rock, maybe? Where? Oops. We check every quadrant. There you are. Karen, where did you come from? Karen, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodius in Emetzel company. Unimportant matter. Unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then, yes, I will come. As soon as my work here is finished. It'll not be long, I promise. But you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. You needed to be concerned for our safety. Meetian and I are protected by a ward which conceals our presence from the creatures. Sorry, Cabris. We're taking notes. We'll talk later. Oh, crap. Ouch. How do we get out of here? Oh, nice. Oh, you reached your Formula 1, Mary? I did hear someone won, right? Some of my friends were like sharing. They're pretty hyped out. Hey, they were pretty hyped up about it. What is that ghastly odor? Hey, I didn't get I avoided those mormals. I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but it's clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations. Be a popular one? Nice. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungry Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmet Selk who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that is. Oh, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Why am I always so forward thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. Words without sound. Emmet Selk seems content to stay where he is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
The future.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
Ooh, it's a lot to take in.
The final days.
Uh-oh.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Thavnair. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
Brown? Ah, it's because of the filter. It's the echo filter, like a flashback to the past. This one is her actual color.
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
The Mythea you set out?
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The scream from the core of the world? What is that?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
They discovered something in
Do
space.
not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Yep.
May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
They made contact.
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Oh.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hurt.
Oh shit.
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
So if you remember, Hermes sent her sisters into space to find an answer. This was the response.
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Oh, hi, Lichcasts. Yeah, there was something. I was really expecting an answer, and my fears came true. You ask the void, and the void answers back.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Thanks for that potato dialogues. Yeah, I've just been drinking coffee, but again, still really amazing what's been happening. Yeah, Lichcast, we did the whole investigation, most of the investigation yesterday. Like, his potato dialogues had to stop me from to remind me that, hey, it's 6 a.m. You gotta sleep. So we picked it up where we left off. Straight through this, and man, things are escalating again. And I just hate, you know, I put all these theories up, I speculate, and I just hate it when the bad things come true. Not in a bad way, it's just, damn. It's like it is too wholesome, everything's working too good, it is too naive and idealistic to hope that the rest of the galaxy would provide a sufficient answer. And my worry was that it is going to break Hermes or Meteion in some way. And we just saw the physical manifestation of it. I didn't expect that. Bleeding eyes. We're like entering the realm of cosmic horror now. Like, you pose a question to the void and the void has answered back. Two things. One, that there would be absolutely no response, which would make Hermes spiral even further. Or there would be a response, and they wouldn't be able to comprehend or understand or deal with it. And I guess it's more of the latter now. But of course, in my heart of hearts, I really wished for a wholesome, hey, people from another planet, why do we choose to live? Well, it's because of love and friendship and hope and everything. Of course, that is in my heart of hearts. But coming from the whole, you know, there's some things that just are left. Some things are better left unknown. Some things are better left not to be kept in touch with. And I was just super worried for Meteion and her sisters of what they'd find out there in space. I would have loved for them to go on a grand adventure of things, but the unfortunate reality is that there is a lot of evil out there. And it seems that her sisters have brought him back. Something back. Ugh. Stress. No, but I like, okay, there's a clear explanation. Basically, it's like our ozone layer, there are holes in it. And this thing, this scream, was not heard from within the planet, but from without. It's terrifying. In Meteion being connected to her sisters out there. Oh, and before that, I was already getting suspicious. They were giving us too much time with Meteion. They were making her too wholesome and too likable. And me, I'm like, you're gonna take her away at some point, aren't you? So I didn't want for it to happen. But yeah. Yeah. You only see Omega and the dragons. I really thought like Meteion and the others, they were the precursor to the dragons, or perhaps something similar. But yeah, same thing. It's like only Omega and the dragons, and what else is capable of using the dynamic currents to travel the stars? Now I'm super curious. Who is this cosmic villain. And my worries now is like, okay, now is Xenos going to try to eat this god? I swear. How is that guy still relevant at this point? Because when Xenos catches wind of this, like, no one tells Xenos that there's something in space. He's probably gonna want to eat that. Let's be like, yes, the true embodiment. There's nothing on this star for me. I must look outside and feast on a cosmic terror. Then I'm gonna force you to go on a date with me and we can fight and I can get... it's so fucking dirty. Anyways, never mind. Enough about Xenos. We're here to stop. Mitian, who are you? Please, answer me. What has happened to you? To your sisters? Oh, okay, wait. Under. I think they're under. No, they're not under. Alright, hold up. I need to... Oh, look! This one dyed their robe pink to match the ears. Wait. Okay, wait. Hermes is there. Huh? Oh, there. Okay. Oh, and I also see Venat. I've strained my senses to the limits but found nothing. You must call me a mind that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. Suspicious disturbance. You call me a mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I was thinking the same thing, Lichcasts. It's like, dear God, she's showing her individuality in public. That's almost as bad as glamoring yourself into another creature. You call me a mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No. Hubbies mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. I mean, I'm still amazed and I'm really hopeful. I'm really hoping that we're gonna get Meteon back, but you know, it's just like, it's like finding the truth of the universe with a capital T and interacting with an old god. Never ends well. You strain to catch me the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be somewhere. She's trained to catch even the faintest whisper. She must be elsewhere. Twitch chat being weird? Probably something with the cache or something. Oh yeah, those pre-roll ads. We haven't had an ad break, so I haven't been able to disable those pre-rolls. They are annoying. Okay, median. Uh-oh. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Oh, fellow quester. Same stage. Didn't I see Emmet or someone on the ridge? Oh, there. I want to talk to him. This is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Karen. Follow her voice. I haven't seen Hythlodaeus. Not here. Listen. How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Or we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Anguished voice jerks away to the south. Yeah, and how they were explaining the transformation being like the glamour around them. Now it makes sense why all the Asians we've seen have a habit of like encasing themselves in other forms. Dante, hey, how's it going? Thanks for raiding. As always, and welcome raiders. Okay, wow. Again, I guess gotta say major, humongous spoilers if you are playing Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker right now. This is Endwalker, main scenario quest. Massive spoilers if you're sensitive to that. If you are, please turn away. But we are reaching the tail end of the story. This is the super spoiler stream for FF14. If you plan on playing it and you do care about spoilers, I must implore you to please turn away and enjoy the story in full. But if you don't care, well, welcome. We're at a high point right now, and we're trying to find a new friend of ours before our mind is broken. Hermes looked into the void. And the void stared back. And not only did they stare back, they answered. That is terrifying. Yep, welcome, Dante. Nice to see Liara emote again. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all the people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Karen, you mustn't listen. That's suspiciously sounding like Omega. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Meteor are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being. Directly. In the Meteor's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down Meteon, the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. / nod. That's all I've been doing. / nod. / me. What's the fist thing? The fist punch? Okay, that sounds terrible. What emote is that? Like, I know / me. It's always like that. Or / nod. Oh no, it's not the thing the Warrior of Light does. Fist bump. No, it's not. It's the one where, yeah, I'm ready. That one. It's like the 3 universal Warrior of Light emotes. Ready to fight. You can count on me. / nod. Another Mass Effect one coming out, Dante. We'll be waiting for that. Oh, it's Chun-Li even. In the final days, Ether twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star. Ether is twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star. Its progress intensified by feeling of fear, despair, anguish. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. It is a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no. If it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. Yes, we were. I also did warn them about the spoilers, Mary, because damn. Everything is just heavy right now. Oh, my dear Meteon. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? I don't think you'd like the answer to that, Hermes. My apologies, we should focus on the task at hand. Follow Wander, stumble, listen, hear, feel, think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, is she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with the surfeit of ether? Much how Emmet Selk solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Karen will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal her our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully, she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. I feel bad for Meteon. I feel terrible for Meteon. Then we have our plans. Karen and Emmet Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmet Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. I am loving this party though. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmet Selk is now accompanying you. Ah ha ha! Let's go, Warriors of Light! Now, did Meteon go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, you will need to take the lead. It's exclusive to cutscenes? What? I swear I've seen it, but we do have /me. And /nod. Actually, that's not even the same nod, that's just yes. So exclusive to the Warrior of Light. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, when no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Oh no, spoilers. Discuss the water's edge. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Okay. The indignation to drag my robe through the water. Hythlodaeus better not breathe a word of this to Azem. Still, mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Meteon. Right? There are more people wearing clothes this time, Potato Dialogues. I'm sorry. You followed anyway. Oh no, it's gonna be like the fugitive. Oh. Okay, time to follow the other Warriors of Light. Oh, I can't. I forgot. You can't mount up. Are you kidding me? Is this the Harbinger of Doom? The Hornbill? Oh, the Shoebill? Oh wait, no, that's a minion. Never mind. I thought the Shoebill was here too. It's just someone's minion. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. Snap. As expected. Oh. What? What? Why can't I hide? There are many opportunities to be mean to Meteon. It's terrible. Like, who would choose this option? We will hear your report, good or bad. No. That's... There's no need to run, Meteon. Karen, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him. His poor, fragile heart. He's just protecting Hermes. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Oh no. She already said, why can't I fly? I'm already seeing there's an edge to this island. I don't like where this is going. Keep after Meteon. Hythlodaeus and I will coordinate our movements. Mean to kid option. Oh, okay. I have a very, 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 very bad feeling where this is going to go. But Emetzel can fly. So if Meteon jumps, counting on you, Emmet, to catch her. Actually, so the predictions were right. They did receive a... I forgot, you can't mount up! Hello, sorry about that. Actually, there's a blessing in disguise, because we actually get to this bonus conversation. Discuss the teleporter. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. I was actually thinking about that, Potato Dialogues. Like, what if I use a multi-seater mount? But I guess it can't. There! I see her! So it is at the same time something that'll break Hermes' heart and something utterly... I'm sorry, something entirely terrifying. I don't have the time, Medusa. Huh. There it is.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Cornering a terrified, sweet child. I'm sorry, little one.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
Are you sure you want to hear this, Hermes?
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
I'm getting some Mass Effect vibes here.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. ruined remnants of buildings scattered across Star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Is this reality?
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
Earthquake? I'm not feeling any earthquake. You mean like a real earthquake, like in real life, right? At the same time that these revelations are happening. The answers aren't a surprise, but it doesn't make it any less sad. Okay. I guess I was so I guess I was so focused on the report of the Meteas that I didn't feel it. But I did hear the dogs and the animals barking. Probably because of the earthquake. But they were also barking at the same time the report started, so that is super ominous. Like, no signs of life detected. And then outside, the dogs were like going wild. Whew. I hope you're all safe. I hope that doesn't get any worse. I didn't feel it, yeah. So what was the question? Hermes' post.
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then?
So it's like rogue AI gone wild.
What answers would she derive from their silence?
Uh-oh.
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
This is going to be one of those moments where they realize that there's no meaning to life, and the best course of action is to eliminate the world and the planet.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What are you doing?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
How many sisters are left to report?
You fool!
Yeah. Right, let's cast him like... You mean like... Oh my god. He shapeshifted. Yeah, you need to hear the full report. This is too much. Yeah, can we listen to the full report and then talk? Damn it, Emmett. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choices he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to the ether? How do you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars? You may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. It's tough. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. Sending babies to space, just he's super naive and very idealistic and very hopeful. I mean, I love that moment, but at the back of my mind, I was always thinking, Hermes, are you ready for what may be an answer you can't accept? Caging the messenger. Hythlodaeus is pondering what to do next. Hermes is headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stakes in the matter. Vinat? Karen? Even Vinat / not. 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice. But we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. / nod. Agree on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. As I mentioned earlier, like they're super. Like I can really see the inspirations here, with the plight of the Precursor race and Assassin's Creed, with their own final days, and now, as I mentioned, Mass Effect vibes in terms of the Reapers and the purpose of the cycle of exterminating all life. The possibility that Meteon is herself the catalyst a la Mass Effect. What are these two, like? Is this a honeymoon? We need to find Meteon! I saw naught out of the ordinary. Did anyone know what caused it? Dialogue? Any dialogue? Oh man. Are we gonna be able to go into the Trust Dungeon with this party? Thanks for that. Judging from the crowd, something's afoot. I mislike the look of this. Is there anything out of the ordinary? No. What have we here? Excuse me, something happened inside Catesis. Mistress Vinat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does the state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything, and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Oh. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with, a little offered to beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put the talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make sure the most of your strength. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Azem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. Ah, she too is a fellow Omni. Well, I can't claim that. I don't really heal content. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetzelk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Yay, light party! Your tale led us here, Karen, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteion. And then we will face the future together. / nod. Dong. Yep. I was just talking about how, like, hey, we seem like a light party. I'd love to party up with these people. Lo and behold, we're gonna do that now. I'll not seek to impede such an august company from going about its business, but please, do be aware that many of the specimens within are far from docile. Bleak as the contents of Meteion's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Catesis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Venat and Emetzelk at your side. And I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped unnoticed. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteion, and if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Alright, I'm ready for this dungeon. Alright. All-rounder, soul seer, and the third seat. Oh, makes sense. He's a bard.
Can scarcely contain my excitement. Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with.
Of course.
Come, let us be off.
Alright, Cathesis Hyperborea, average at level 15. For 530, we're still good. My best in slot, still. It's not best in slot. I'm still an augmented Crypt Lurker. How long will it last us? Will it last us to the end? Emmet becomes a Dark Knight? Well, actually, it makes sense. Tank or DPS, right? Okay. Well, we're leading the charge. We're ready. Yeah, I'm already seeing, like, it's already 539. I level 539. Is this inventory gonna last me to the end? This is the only inventory space I have left. Pretty. It's like they smashed in all the biomes together. Cathesis Hyperborea. Again, is the K silent? Thesis Hyperborea. Oh my god, I should be getting stickers. Oh, damn it, what a waste. That aside, let's go, Asians.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
We just need to talk, Hermes. Oh wait, let me get some lore. Guide to Cathesis Hyperborea. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Cathesis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wilder world? Or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. Welcome, Cathesis Hyperborea. Cue the music to that corporate ad. How many pulls can Venat heal?
Have a taste.
seems he's determined to protect me. It seems he's determined to protect Meteon. Emmet Selk says, "Aye, a right father this is going to be."
I see you opening.
Oh well, I guess this is the wall. Whoops. He is doing AoEs. Interesting. Whoa.
I see you opening.
The knot. Oh, we're doing okay. Trying to bunch them up. There we go. Yeah, it's only Emmet Selk who's doing AoE. Oh, well, that's from Hydrochloronize. I didn't notice my oath gauge there. Oh, nice. Hythlodaeus actually said, wouldn't... Oh, there. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass, and we have no choice but to force our way. Would that we didn't have to put down the creations. Frostbite and Seek. Oh, an impressive concealment ability. Is this seriously trying to hide from us? Shame about the telltale footprints. Alas, it's no use to us. Oh, please. It's a good thing you read the dialogue, like, footprints? Wait, footprints? Wait a minute.
I see you opening.
Can you even be stunned? No, you can't. Oh, how very creative. Well, trying to confuse us. I have enough of this mummer's farce. But we won't be so easily confounded. I trust you, Vinat. Oh my god. Icicle.
My way.
Oh my god, wrong way. Oh, use a limit break. I'm gonna trust you. I like how they can teleport. Do 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 do. Nice. May you find peace in the ethereal sea. Come, we mustn't tarry. Yeah, camera. Looking back at chat here. Yeah, AoEs, sorely lacking. And I understand, like, Estinian, okay, Dragoon, not really an AoE master, but... Whoops. I need to get that sorted out.
Stay away.
Oh god. Help! Alright, we got this. Look at that, Emmet Cell. Any notes I may be missing? Fair. I only got the level 80 Dragoon, and they do have their AoE rotation. They just get them very late. Hitlerdeus said, at least he has the courtesy to warn us. Oh, observation journal. Oh, I didn't notice there's one there. I'm a terrible tank. Emetzel handled it. Build gauge. Wow. I noticed that when there's like down to 2 mobs left, suddenly they burst and then kill the last remaining ones. Observation journal. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed, it is impressively man-like in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Ooh, I like seeing those huge explosions. Oh, they've been talking as well. Ithladea says, he may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Emetzel, seriously? You want to discuss his candidacy now? I haven't been eating food. Should I be eating food? All I have is smoked chicken. I guess stats are stats, right? Max 70. It's the best food I have right now. Oh, I've been avoiding eating food because I didn't want to like overlevel the MSQ. I'm not sure if it's adjusted with food in mind because you also have the FC buff. So I was worried there's gonna be like level 90 and it'll be like in level 88 for the main scenario quest. Anything to say? Yeah, I was just worried about over leveling content. That's why I said we already have the buff. Maybe I won't eat. Okay. No comment. Whoops.
I see you.
Should have saved that for a raid wide. Inhale. Spirit breath. I'm gonna stay here with you all. Okay.
My way.
Now what? Ah.
I'm not entirely useless.
Those don't look good.
I see you.
What? Oh, okay. We're fine. Ah. Oh, that is the raid wide. Intimidation.
I'm not entirely useless.
Oh, God. Almost there. I passed for Constitution, but I failed for Intelligence. If its concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. I try. I haven't been a paladin since Shadowbringers. 8 chained AoEs. Wild. 10? I want to see how the glam looks, actually. It's okay.
I cannot let you take me, Scions. Not yet.
Amis.
Sting.
I see you. I see you.
I couldn't even get a feature off. Venat says, "We're close. I can hear it in his voice." Hmm. Just looting here.
I see you, oblivion.
I'm still pretty. It's still. Again, it's just like, wow, we're in a party with these Ascians. I love it. Just randomly just realized it sinking in. Whoa. Okay, we're all good.
Hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I understand though. He's very attached to Meteon.
I see you, oblivion.
Explosions.
Be gone.
Ow! Those auto attacks hurt. Should have stunned the other one. Emetzelk says, "Enough is enough, Hermes." Hythlodaeus, "Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive." Ooh, I almost missed this. Flying life forms at introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds, which travel between continents with the seasons, came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies. But this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields. the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandaniel during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpis. A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. How fascinating. Migratory birds. Speaking of birds, whoa. And we're, wow. We're high up. I don't want to have to do this, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
To protect Meteon, he would go so far as to transform. So far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale.
That sounds like a raid wide.
Unleash your power!
What? Ah.
Dust and wind! Here's my foe! Stars on high! Fall as rain!
Now what? I'm gonna trust you all. Ow! I'll just follow my trust party. Oh.
I'm not entirely useless.
That's unexpected.
Streams of ether! Surge is one!
Damn it. Rotation's all over the place.
Dust and winds! Here's my foe!
Almost there, let's go.
Stars on high! Fall try and transform it.
Oops.
And I am not finished yet. My might someday.
Okay, there we go. Yay, leveled up. No.
My power.
I hope it didn't kill him. Amis. I hate the help. Oh no, you're not paying attention to work anymore. What's gonna happen? That was fun. I gotta say though, it is the first trial. My pickup group, we wiped at 0.4%. It's the only time we've wiped so far. But I did appreciate the difficulty. Let us leave the rest to Emmet Selk. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. A merry chase he led us on. I mean, can you blame the guy? He immediately said, "We're gonna take Meteion away." Just checking a few things. So what has Hermes been saying? Gust and gale gather to me. I'll have the time and tranquility I require. Dancing winds pierce my foes. Stars on high fall as rain. Streams of ether surge as one. And stars on high fall as rain. Yeah. Any dialogue from him? Forgot to show my weapon. Meteion. It's okay. You know, I haven't even watched any of the class videos. So whenever I learn something new, it's like, what? And I'm feeling it. It's like everything provides its own healing now. Hell, they added healing to Holy Spirit, healing to Holy Circle, healing to to Sheltron. It's wild. Okay, I don't know what to expect. It seems like everyone's tuned in now.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody.
That'll turn anyone into a villain.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best.
And it was not enough.
That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Mass Effect all over again.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Oh no.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded
She's really going down this
That is
path.
sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise.
Basically how we actually stop
not,
our final days.
He will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
That's the word, Kairos.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Proper Isle. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following.
Fixing the time
I
paradox.
was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated at the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer.
12 gods?
Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Not him, Meteon! Well, to free us, I guess.
Far enough, Hermes.
Argos, to me!
Let's go, destroy the thing. Not Meteon, destroy the memory alteration thing if it's possible.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
So this looked like the symbol of the 12 gods.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours.
Man.
No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place.
I'm so invested in this timeline,
You
though.
must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Go, Arcos, go. Damn it.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Wow.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Huh.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvisation due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Love this party.
Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azek. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale.
Or not at least your part in the tale.
Us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
don't even remember us anymore. 13 symbols.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Wow. Remember us. And we do remember. Well, this is also my mind, so what now? What did I miss here? Yeah. What a great sequence. Though very familiar in that position again. It's pretty much the same thing happened in Mass Effect. To be in that position again, against such an entity. They're doing it well here. Well done. Yeah, so those symbols were the symbols of the gods we know, right? But you do mention there are 13 symbols, and it's all just loose connections now, but everything's just coming together. I can feel it. Emmet on the opposite side of the story. Are you kidding me? Did I just disconnect? No. Why of all times? That was my internet. Am I here? Reconnecting. Hi. That was the worst time for my internet to restart. I don't know what happened. Well, I got the achievement, so good thing the queue isn't so bad. Oh, where did I get cut off? I was talking about. Well, I don't know if you saw the scene. We just landed with Argos, or our Venat and my memory are intact. Our memories are intact. I was given the option to decide what to ask. Like, I wonder what's become of Hythlodaeus and Emmet Selk. I was also talking about how, it's about remembering what we fight for. And same thing. This Emmet Selk to the end. Oh, okay. We're back to it.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody.
My worry is the part when we get out part of this
Setting
cutscene.
aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
I'm not gonna risk it, because that might still be part of it. Well, it was a great cutscene.
Meteion,
So many awesome character moments
I
there.
am so sorry. With that, I could have listened.
We're gonna
to
go
your
through Dark
report in full,
Meteion all over again.
reflected upon its meaning, and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course.
But I think I was also saying how I've been in this position before, the exact same
But
position
I
in Mass Effect.
have
But
failed,
the way they
and that
present it
wish
here,
will
and the
never
way
be
it's moving
realized.
forward, definitely they're doing so much better
However,
with this trope.
ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing.
And yes, it solves the timeline issue as well. It's like,
Was there
he's erasing our
happiness
memories. This is how he fixes
in
the
those
time thing.
distant stars?
But it's still not clear to me.
Was there a reason for living?
Let me just lower this a bit.
We conducted our search as per your instructions.
Yeah, about the memory rewrites. So the memories being like ink on parchment, parchment being the soul, and how it's also not certain if these memories, if there are some indelible marks on the soul. It's still not certain yet. But I'm still wondering about, because they presented time travel to us already via the Alexander raids. And that was really, Back to the Future style. Change the past, change the future. To prevent the paradox, you have to make sure that, it's a perpetual loop of it, which doesn't always make sense. But I'm wondering, time travel here, they keep talking about how this is our story, not yours. So this is another timeline entirely. Okay, when a soul dies, the rewrite goes away. Person dies. Okay.
They discovered nothing is infinite. and that neither time or death can be cheated.
And their ether returns into the ethereal sea.
They gave up on the future.
And we're not sure if any memories go with that soul.
One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only...
But man, this whole thing, Miss Median, innocence lost. I was super worried the moment it was clear that they were sent out into space to ask the question, and I was just so terrified of what they would find. And it's also... it's so difficult. That is reality. But much as the Hydaelyn in our timeline said, we can't give in to despair. Choose life. Fight. Easier said than done.
In the course of which they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out
Okay. Trying to piece it together.
to this song of anguish.
So we're assuming that this is also our timeline. Similar to time travel as presented in Alexander. Because if that's the case, then that's totally understandable. That even though Emmett's memories were erased, it's still not full proof. That there's still hope that there's an indelible mark. And he did hold his friends dear. The Venats, the Azems, Hythlodaeus. So that does make sense that when we meet him in the future, our future, do memories transcend time and space? Well, assuming that it is the same Emmet here and the same Emmet in our future, or whether it's another Emmet reformed and his soul has that mark, the ink stains of our visit here. Yeah, he'd still be under the effect of the rewrite. But even with the rewrite... I'm still trying to get past the whole, okay, but is this another timeline? Is this another Emmet entirely? Okay, so it is that. Yeah, because they've been spouting stuff like, this is our future, not yours. What you do here won't affect us, but it'll affect yours. You see, timey-wimey stuff. It was complicated to introduce time travel into a story.
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Alright, we're just gonna stick with Alexander then. Alexander, there are no multiple timelines. It's one timeline. This is it. And all of them spouting stuff about how it's our future, not yours. We also have Elidibus to fall back to. Elidibus saying that you shouldn't influence what's going on there because it will affect, the final days has to happen. So here, Hermes fixes it. It's alright. We don't prevent the final days. Everything proceeds as it happens. Alexander, time travel theory, time paradox, solved.
Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as chief.
Is that why Elidibus sent us to this point in Elpis?
I will make a judgment on man.
Trying to remember that conversation. So yes, I guess that adds even more to the fact that yes, this is the same timeline then. Alright, so going along with that, it is fascinating then to see that Emmet Selk under the memory rewrite, them leaving it vague in Sharlayan, talking to us about the memory rewrite and how it's, even if you erase the ink, there may be a mark left on the soul. And it fits in with Emmet Selk having visions of us seeing the color of our soul, of Azem, triggering that memory to just return to him, and whether he may not be able to put it into words or formulate it entirely, it does the undercurrents of his actions, definitely.
Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis hyperborea.
Yeah, it's there, like a distant memory.
Arrival of Emmett Selk.
And to see
Convocation at proper Lion.
to see Azem again, that was really what shook Emmett Selk, and we could see it. We all saw it in Shadowbringers. Not only was it a huge reveal for us, but that look on Emmett Selk's face, and as if he remembered everything,
Preparing to demonstrate the functionality
and yet
of Kairos.
unable to speak of it.
Emmett Selk.
Makes sense, yeah.
Meteon's.
Memory rewrite, they can't talk about this moment, but they'll have the vague notion of it.
She and her sisters could not sustain your existence.
And when Emmett Selk died and turned to the ethereal sea,
Dissipated.
you're right.
The resultant shockwave
So now him saying, remember us,
which
it just ties into everything. It's such a great,
from all
it's such a great moment. Such great moments in this game. Of course, I'm gonna have to like process everything. There's a lot to unpack.
Initializing. 3 processes
But wow, I'm just loving it. I can't wait to like talk to you all about it.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard pressed to make it fair.
Yeah, I didn't want Hermes to be the bad guy all along, but
Everything that you
this was
told us,
expected.
everything that has happened. The fact we've even
Answers from the void.
will all be
It's could break any man. Especially someone who's desperate for an answer.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe. Where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
How it's all Fandaniel's fault.
Silly fool.
Okay, one thing I need to like, I'm not sure yet now. Okay, so Hermes is supposed to be the next Fandaniel, and we find out here that he doesn't end up assuming the position. The Fandaniel we know in our timeline, that was Amon, right? Or the researcher who was next to Amon. Which Fandaniel was that? Is that the Fandaniel after Hermes? Yeah, Amon is from Alag. And then one of his researchers eventually becomes ascended into the convocation to become an Asian.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Yeah, there was a bright mind beside Amon. Amon is a shard of Fandaniel's soul like Gaia.
No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And
Okay.
no one else can.
So this Hermes carries on, alright.
You must flee this place with your memory.
Does explain his descent into why Amon acted in such a way with Alag.
Now then, where is it?
To just make everything, just put everything in stasis. Just
There
nothingness.
you are, my little confluence.
Makes sense. And this is why it's so much better done for me. Because this is generally also the goings on in Mass Effect. But this is so much more nuanced than... Yeah. Definitely.
Very
Yeah, which is why Elidibus told us to seek out Hermes.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
But this, though.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond,
So it's kind of like...
confluence that connects the
Huh.
interior sections of this building.
Beseeching the 12 gods to once more rewrite history,
Jump through.
rewrite minds.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am.
I can't tell which is the 13th though.
Let you escape.
This is such an awesome party moment. Like, this is just proof that this is an awesome light party. Amazing companions. Just, you know,
Too brave by half.
just synced up. Like an amazing TRPG party.
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence.
Yeah. That's why right now there's that loose connection I'm seeing. Like, whoa, wait.
Over there,
Those are the symbols of the 12. And what? Memory rewrite? Wait, Cataclysm? Sorry, wait, Cartano?
It was never anywhere but where it
So now I'm even more excited to delve into that dungeon relating to the...
those two began
Has that been released yet? Or is that coming after?
'Twas clear the
Pandemonium?
diversion.
The one relating to the 12 gods?
quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond
In a few weeks. Alright, we're just in time then.
We've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
I just love this dynamic.
Though, in the
I'm
case
so
of
glad I was able to get in a light party with these people.
is an understatement.
Well, technically, I am part of this party. As the current Azem.
I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azem. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale.
Okay, we're back to it.
I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Right, internet stable. We're not crashing this time.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go.
So go back to the moon, set course to the Loperites, find Meteon, defeat Meteon, prevent the final days.
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember.
Thanks for dropping by, Mary, and hope you really enjoyed this. Even without all the context of the previous expansions, I'm glad you enjoyed the scenes. Take care. I should be having dinner soon as well, so this is the perfect time. Like, after this cutscene, gonna take a break, then go to my Theros game, then pick it up right after.
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And shape it we shall. What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be.
And what do we tell them? Their memories are erased.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Haha, to see through your familiar.
Close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
Uh-oh.
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
What was it, the bunny ears?
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Thavnair about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
And so all is right with the timeline.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Ah, this is the explanation for dying and remembering. Right, until death. Yeah, this is mentioned in this lecture.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Wow.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I, well, we still have a long, long way to go.
Very long way. Hey Diwata, how's it going? Yep, I am playing in English. I gotta stick with English. Because I gotten used to their voices. They did have the whole cast change for the Japanese VAs, Heavensward onwards, and well, I feel like I just grew up with these voices. So to change it to Japanese at this point, I mean, I know people keep telling me, "Oh, you should play it in Japanese. You should play it in Japanese. Like it's better in Japanese." But well, this is my experience, and well, I'm still loving the game. So to change it now would be like having different people. But yeah, well, welcome to the stream. And unfortunately, I gotta take a break for now. I'm just about to have dinner. But oh my god, I just can't. It's so good. Look, it's here. This may sound super pretentious, but it's so. I love this expansion. Is so amazing for me so far. This whole story's been so amazing for me so far that I'm finding that I'm able to get over the whole time travel shenanigans a bit more easily. Claudia Black was Venat? Oh, she was Venat. Okay. Yeah, they did change. And Thancred was Taliesin Jaff, right? But yeah, it's anyway, as I was saying, well, so far, I gotta take a break for now, but man, there's just so much. You just have to let everything sink in. There's just so much has happened. But again, it's like, I just have a hard time moving past things when they introduce the whole time travel single timeline concept. I just have a hard time figuring out how to get past that, like rationalize it in terms of, you know, time paradoxes. And okay, so that happens. Then now, to preserve this moment, when we get to that point in the future, I'll have to do it all over again and get sent back and then repeat the same event to preserve the timeline. Because if I never return to the past, then I'm never going to be able to get to the... Despite all that, I'm still super into the story. So there's two road bumps for me so far in terms of the initial impression of Xenos and Fandaniel. Fandaniel kind of, you know, my problem with that kind of assuaged when he said, "Ha ha ha, I wanted to die and I wanted you to kill Zodiac anyway." So that's fine. Xenos is, I mean, I'll kill him eventually. And time travel, as presented in Alexander, and now, it's a doozy. What am I assuming? My game is at 8 p.m. and I'm predicting it's gonna end around 11:30, so pretty late. Gonna have another late night session until early morning, as much as I can. Then Tuesday we're back to regular stream. I believe I'll be concluding Wildermyth tomorrow. Then right after Wildermyth, straight back to the MSQ. Wednesday, MSQ. So I think we're getting there. So just before I end the stream now, let's just conclude this quest and hear what Venat has to say. I have so many feelings. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will recreate more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind. The grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction. One day hence, we will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. You may now enter Cathesis Hyperea Trust. Got it. Okay, let's pick up this quest, get the sanctuary, and log out. Thou must live, die, and know. Venat is watching you in quiet contemplation. Did I hear it right? Venat with T being silent? Karen, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon. Indeed, that is long. Fellow questers at the same point. I know it's a new batch now. The others overtook us. Alright, this should be the sanctuary. So many quests, but I can't take the Aether Current quest because my quests are at 28 over 30. My inventory is filling up. What am I doing? Alright. Well, it's farewell for now. Thanks for dropping by, everyone, and just sharing in the story. It's just, I have no words right now. Like, I'm gonna feel differently a week after, and the week after that. It's just super amazing. So for any lurkers who may be there, and if you enjoy this content, please consider liking and following us on Instagram and Twitter. And if you wish to become a part of the community and the discussion, a link to our Discord is there in the About panels on Twitch. Everything you need to know about Tabletop Cinema and the channel, and what to look forward to, are there in the About panels. Thank you so much, everyone. You're still deeply affected. I'm still being affected. It's so great. It's been so long since I was able to be... It's been so long since I found a story to be so wholly invested in. And so far, this expansion has not disappointed. And you say I still have like 1 or 2 days left, so I'm not even done. Shadowbringers was a tough act to follow, and I dare say they have refined their form even more. Because in Shadowbringers, they're able to focus on the first and kind of leave the exposition of what's going on in the source, you know, through minor cutscenes and updates, and we could focus entirely on the source. But here, just to bring everything they've seeded from the very beginning, it's amazing. Yeah, and I didn't think it would be possible. Honestly, I tried to lower my expectations. I tried to say, okay, Shadowbringers is going to be tough to beat. I'm going to come in cautiously optimistic. And my god, I gotta say, they are doing a splendid job. It feels like, as I said in like an earlier stream, it feels like it's ready to burst at the seam and become unwieldy and convoluted and incomprehensible. And yet somehow they're able to focus it so well. No word wasted, no scene wasted, just amazing throughout. Despite my own personal hang-ups with the villains and time travel. So good, I'm getting over the fact that time travel is still something that I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna continue the rest of the story, see how it goes. Time travel be damned, this is an amazing expansion. Amazing saga so far, and I can't believe it took me this long to join. So thank you for getting me on board. I don't know what made me start Shadowbringers. One day I just picked it up. This is my first expansion launch. Now I'm part of an FC. I love the energy that's happening, and everyone's just so passionate about the story as well. Like, sure. Like I was telling Mary earlier, this story, imagine this in a different form. Imagine this if it weren't an MMO. If this were a single player Final Fantasy with all the bells and whistles, it would have been a different experience, but not necessarily a better one. And it just is a testament to show how amazing the writing is and how they're able to deliver a story in the trappings of an MMO. And I could see that they were trying to push the engine as far as they could, giving us different kinds of duties, different kinds of quest templates, ways to interact with us, which is surprising in terms of an MMO template. But now it's even gotten me more excited about Yoshi P at the helm of a single-player Final Fantasy game. Yeah, honestly, still one of the best moments. I'm still waiting for a moment to top all that. Is the fight with Hades and the summoning, and just that was such a hero moment. Honestly, that was an amazing moment. But Endwalker, it's full of amazing moments in general. Like I can't. I think it would be a disservice to like rank them. It's just all of these amazing moments, all for different reasons. I've gushed enough. I'm gonna be late for my game. All right, I'm gonna have some dinner. I'm gonna take a break. And if any of you are still here late in the evening, I'll be streaming again. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming the whole week. I can't stop. See y'all later. Thank you as well. I'm so really grateful for everyone dropping by because, you know, I've been talking to the Void. I've been reacting to the Void. I've been discussing with the Void. And instead of seeing, well, at least I spoken to the Void and you're all here now in a wholesome environment discussing about the story we're so passionate about. I still feel terrible at Meteion about the answer they received when they questioned the Void. But I should have expected it. Meteion was too pure and dear and likable. And I knew the writers were just gonna take her away. Ah. That said. Well, I don't know what to expect, so I'm not sure what moments people really want to watch in particular, but I guess, well, this is all recorded. I am recording it for posterity. The VODs are there, so I'll be able to look back at all this, and we'll be able to talk about this at the end of all things. Yeah, honestly, that did add to it. And also, I think I saw it. It is my bad. I saw someone also said, "Oh, I hope he gets attached to Meteion," And I already knew, like, okay, confirmed. But I was already expecting it. I was already like 80% sure they're gonna take her away. And Lami was trying to do the thing I did with Hoshifant. I swear, that is so pure. But Lami going on, isn't she so cute and wholesome? And I'm like, yes, a bit too much, too fast. But when Lamia first met Hoshifant, and I was accompanying her on her journey with the MSQ, and then she was like, oh my god, I love Hoshifant. Like, one of the only like, such a refreshing, friendly NPC. He's so wholesome and good and amazing. And I was just there behind the screen, just, yes. Hoshifant's so amazing, right? So wholesome, giving us hot cocoa when we need it. And I just had to be there when that happened. So fine. She had her revenge, y'all had your revenge, whatever. No, and you were all in it as well, right? When Lamia would gush about Hoshifant to the chat, and everyone would be like, oh yeah, Hoshifant, I love him so much. That's why we have a portrait of him. Because he's part of the Holy Trinity. You know, Imeric, Estinian, Hoshifant. Nothing's gonna happen to him. Dear God. I don't have it recorded, but I swear, like, being in that moment when she was just like, what? Right? He stays loved even all the way to Endwalker. Even today, Hoshifant, everything leading up to this, everyone we've lost. I don't know if you were there, but I freaking cried as well when Alphino, just one line, said, when man and dragon were helping out each other and looked at Estinian, I dare say Isail would be happy. And it's like, just simple things like that. They just focused, clear, concise, weighted writing. Just so beautiful. What am I doing? I need to eat. Alright, I'm gonna let you all go now. Take care, everyone. I'm gonna be streaming the MSQ again, wherever I land, wherever you're there. I'll see you later. Yeah, Isail, a lot of callouts, and them using the music as well to transport us, like this, like to remind us, aha, recall the Dragon Song War and everything you've been through. Heavensward. It's been so good. Okay, I can't stop talking about it. And we're not done yet. See y'all later. Take care. And as always, welcome to the table. I love Endwalker.